All righty, it's on you. Go ahead and get started.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framing's Baobab Storytime Virtual Marathon. And guess what today is? It's Independent Bookstore Day. And what are we doing on Independent Bookstore Day? We're going to have a marathon, which means we're going to read all day. Can you imagine reading all day and how smart you'll be at the end of the day? And you're going to meet 8 amazing authors that we have put together to come and share their story with you. And we're excited to be here today because we have sponsors. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Beta Pi Omega Chapter is sponsoring this event along with 100 Black men. And we have a special guest school, Romine Elementary School, who will be the recipient of up to 5 sets of books. So we're excited that we have community participation. We have you here this morning. And guess what? If you stay all day, if you come to every segment, you're going to receive a special guest. So we'll be watching who's on the roster. So we want to see who's going to be part of this marathon and who's going to read all day with us. I am Garbo Hearn. I'm the director, and we are located in Little Rock, Arkansas, in the historic Dunbar district, and we have authors from all over in Arkansas. Our first author is Sara Crutcher, and she's all the way in Virginia. Can you imagine? And, to give you a little history about our marathon, we usually do this biannually. Last year, we did it in January, and of course, the pandemic hit. And so for your safety, we decided that we're not going to let it stop us. So we're doing it virtually, which allows us to have a broader reach. So we're so excited that you're here today. So we're going to start with Sara Elizabeth Neal Crutcher, and she is behind the touching and personal narrative, Heart-Picked, Elizabeth's adoption tale that affirms love is what truly makes a family. Sara Elizabeth Neal Crutcher is a children's book author and owner of a bra-fitting boutique in Northern Virginia. And prior to starting her own business, she was an advertising executive and worked with some of the top global advertising agencies. She graduated from Hampton University with a degree in advertising and is a member of the Lynx Incorporated. She enjoys spending time with her family and friends, traveling and reading novels. So welcome, Sara.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this special day. And hello to everyone out there who is watching and listening. I know this will be a very exciting day for everyone. Like Garbo said, I am Sara Crutcher. I wrote Heart-Picked, Elizabeth's adoption tale. And just to give you a brief background before we get into the reading. So I wrote the children's book. It was inspired by my own life. I was adopted when I was 6 weeks old. I was born in Greensboro, North Carolina. And I always wanted to write children's books. That was always one of the goals that I have. And I didn't know what I wanted to write on at first. And the idea came to me, and I started doing some research to see what other children's books on adoption were out there, especially children's books on adoption that featured a Black family. And I didn't find any at the time. And so I really thought that it would be great to write a story. It could benefit so many families and so many children. And so Heart-Picked came to life. And it has been a lovely ride so far. I published the book back in 2016. This is my 3rd edition of the book, so I am just very honored to be here and to talk with you a little bit about Heart-Picked. So like I said, adoption is very true to my heart, and I have been able to touch a lot of families and children based off of this book. The kind of main point of the book is talking about family differences in terms of physical characteristics. So I wanted to really show that just because you might not look like your family, whether you were adopted, whether you have step parents, a blended family, that love is really what makes a family. And it doesn't matter if you don't look like your mother or your father or your siblings or your grandparents, that love is just what holds the family together. So now I'm going to go into a reading. I think we're ready to have it up. Let me see. I think we are. I'm on my phone, so excuse me if I'm if I'm seeing something that's not there. So Heart Picked is the book. Here we are here. So I'm going to actually read the book. I know it's on the screen, but I'm going to read it from here. So Heart Picked, Elizabeth's Adoption Tale. Sorry, I'll let you catch up a little bit. All righty. One sunny morning, Elizabeth's parents are waiting in the kitchen to eat breakfast together as a family like they do every morning. Elizabeth's dad calls upstairs to see if she is ready for school. Elizabeth comes down dressed in one of her fancy blue dresses and a big hat. Her mom asks, "Elizabeth, sweetie, what are you wearing? Is everything okay? You usually don't play dress up before school." Elizabeth looks down at the floor and explains, "I'm nervous for Daddy to come to my school today for Family Week. What if the other kids say we don't look alike?" Elizabeth's mom says with a comforting smile, "We don't have to look alike to love each other. You were heart-picked. Always remember that we love you very much, and it's okay that the three of us don't look exactly alike. We're not twins, silly. Now please put on your clothes for school." Once dressed and downstairs, Elizabeth perks up seeing her favorite fruit on the table. Her dad cheerfully says, "I'm excited to have lunch with you today for Family Week. Don't forget to save me a seat." At school, Elizabeth's classmates share family stories and meet all of the parents who came for Family Week. Elizabeth sees her friend Holly standing with her dad. They look a lot alike, which makes Elizabeth nervous all over again. "Hey, Elizabeth, this is my dad," says Holly. "Hi, Holly's dad. My name is Elizabeth." Elizabeth looks up and sees her dad walking in. Holly looks confused and asks, "That's your dad? You don't look like him." Elizabeth remembers what her mom told her earlier that morning and announces, "Not all families have to look alike to love each other." After school, Elizabeth is anxious to tell her mom about her day. "Mommy, Holly said I didn't look like Daddy at school today, and it made me nervous for a second. Then I told her what you said, and I felt much better." Her mom replies, "That's right, sweetie. We adopted you to add more love to our family. Always remember we love you very much, and it's okay that the three of us don't look exactly alike. You were heart-picked with love. You didn't grow in under my heart, but in it." "What's adoption again, Mommy?" Elizabeth asks. Elizabeth's mom starts telling a familiar story. "When you were born, your birth mommy and daddy loved you very much. They wanted you to have everything you needed to grow big and strong, eat healthy foods, and have a loving place to play and learn. They were not able to give that to you. Your dad and I were able to give you all those things and more. So we adopted you and became a family." Elizabeth's dad chimes in with more joyful memories. "We wished and prayed for you, and when you came into our lives, we were filled with love and joy. Remember, sweetie, that adoptive families are no different than other families. We love each other and love to do fun things together. We love to go to the zoo and play in the park. We ride bikes and play our instruments. We would not be able to do those fun things without you," adds Elizabeth's mom. Elizabeth is so excited to have such an amazing family. "I am so happy you heart-picked me. I love you," she shouts. "Mom, I can't wait for you to come to my school and meet all my friends too." "Now, who wants ice cream?" Elizabeth's mom asks. "I do," Elizabeth beams. The end. So a lot of the, well, first, I hope you enjoyed the story. A lot of the things in Heartpicked are very related to my own life and upbringing. There's parts in the book that I was very deliberate on, that I wanted to really show. I wanted my life to come and show through. My mom, she's always worn pearls. So the mom in the story has on pearls. My dad wears bow ties. So of course the father in the story also had to have bow ties. Elizabeth is my middle name. I got the character name Holly. That is one of my best friends. One of her daughter's name is Holly. Even down to what the main character Elizabeth is wearing. My favorite color is yellow, and so it's only fitting that Elizabeth has on a beautiful yellow dress. I wanted to also incorporate a lot of things that me and my family used to do together. My father is a cello player and I am a violin player. And so we used to play our instruments together. We would play duets as the two of us. And so I wanted to show a lot of that. And really, I also wanted to show, a positive image of a Black family. So we have the subject of adoption not looking like their family, and also showing what a Black family, a representation there. And you wouldn't know that I was adopted if you saw my parents, but I know that there are a lot of children who are adopted that don't look like their family, and that can be a source of anxiety, a little nervousness. So I really wanted to touch on that and made sure that I wanted Elizabeth to look visibly different than her parents. So the book really touches on adoption, but in a way that I wanted children to grasp. So it doesn't go into it necessarily from, like if you were talking with other adults or other parents, but it's from the perspective that you're talking to a child through the book and allowing them to understand what it means to be adopted. And even if a child was not adopted, just being aware of what adoption means. Prior to COVID, I did a lot of readings at different schools and at museums. And I always ask, I do more of an interactive reading when I'm in person. And I always ask the children before I really kind of get too into the book, what they know about adoption. And it's very fascinating just to see that a lot of children are very aware of what adoption means. And on some level, they might not have a high level understanding of it, but they do know what it means. And it's just interesting to hear it and have different students from the same class talk about it. And of course, after we read the book, we kind of go over it again to see, if the children learn something new or have a different understanding on what adoption is. Garbo, do we want to go into some questions now? Do we want to do that? And then I can come back and talk a little bit more, if that's okay?
That'll be fine. If any of you in the audience have a question, please put it in the chat box. But I'm going to start by asking you, what age were you when you decided that you would write this book?
Well, it's interesting. So this particular book, I think I might have been maybe 30, 31, 32. I'm 36 now, and I wrote it a few years ago. So I think I'm going to say about 32.
Okay. So why was it important to you to, at 32, you just woke up and said, I need to write a book about my life?
No, so I have actually, it's funny. We were going through, I was at my parents' home and we were going through a lot of different boxes and stuff. And I found some old short stories I wrote when I was in second grade. So I always had a love for writing. And I actually knew a long time ago that I was going to write a children's book. I didn't know when, and I didn't at the time know what I was going to write about, but I knew that I was going to be a children's book author someday. And I was going to write I guess more of a generic children's book. Of course it was going to be fun and exciting, but at the time it didn't click to me to write this book on adoption. And I was actually at home, I think it was around Christmas, and we were just going through some pictures. I was looking through some albums and scrapbooks, And I saw just a lot of pictures from my childhood, and in my mind, they kind of told a story. And it kind of clicked to me then, like, okay, I want to write a book on adoption. And because, like I said, prior to that, that wasn't really the path that I thought I was going to go on. But I'm very happy that I did.
Is this going to be a series? Are there more books about your life coming forth?
I would love for this to be a series. So this current one features a girl as a main character. So I would love to have a boy as a main character in a similar story. And I also would like to have a more like peer-to-peer book on adoption, where you kind of have the similar classroom setting as in Heart Picked, but two children are talking about it. So like it would kind of keep going from this current story where maybe the child heard Elizabeth talking, and it's probably going to be a little boy in the book, and they have a conversation about it, which I think would be really, really interesting as well. So yes, hopefully we'll have some other some additions coming soon.
What's the response been to your book?
The response has been amazing. When the book came out, I was doing a lot more like book tours and in-person events, book fairs. I've traveled internationally for the book. I went to Havana, Cuba back in 2016, and I read to an international school. I went to Lagos, Nigeria, and I also read to a Montessori school. And so the response has been overwhelmingly amazing. I also really try to focus on adoption. So working with different adoption agencies, different adoption groups. I was living in Detroit, Michigan for a few years prior to moving to Northern Virginia. And I would do a few adoption agencies had like a night where the parents would come and the children would come, and they would have a topic. So I would talk about adoption. I would read my book to the children, and I actually would have conversations with the parents about it, being an adoptee, and just talking about the importance of, you know, loving their child, showing them unconditional love, and also talking to their child about adoption, preferably at an earlier age. I feel that it's an interesting topic, and I think it can be a lot for children to grasp. So I'm a big proponent of the earlier that you can talk to your child about adoption, the better.
We have a question about the book is so beautiful. The illustrations are amazing. How did you connect with the illustrator?
So I worked with a publisher called Mascot Books. They're actually right up the road from me in Herndon, Virginia. But it's interesting, like I said, at the time when I wrote the book, I was living in Michigan. So it's ironic that now I am right down the street from where the publisher is located. So I self-published through Mascot Books. And one of the things that they offer is helping you find an illustrator. So they have a lot of illustrators that they work with. So when you get to the phase of the process where you're ready to find an illustrator, they sent me a few illustrators to look through, and literally they sent me 3, and one of them was the illustrator that I chose. His name is Romney Vasquez. And I just loved it because I had a vision of what I wanted the illustrations to look like. I cannot draw at all. I'm not artistic in that way, but I knew I wanted bright and bold colors. I just had a vision. And so when I saw the work that he did, I knew right away that he's who I wanted to choose. And it's interesting, I've never met him. We might have maybe like via phone or email, probably, I think at the very least just email, but a lot of the communication was from me to my publisher to him. So kind of a little game of telephone a little bit. It took that was probably the longest. It took a while to get those illustrations done, just getting my vision and his vision and having them merge together.
Okay, so how long did it actually take you to write the book from start to finish to get to completion?
I would say it took about 10 months from start to finish. And that is from sending in my manuscript to going over kind of the like the business side of it, the contracts, how, you know, the flow of it, payments, things like that. And then going through the editing. I did tweak the manuscript a little bit at the beginning to have more adoption verbiage. And so once we did that, and then that wasn't that long. Then the illustrations took several months to get worked out. I feel that he was, you know, just, it was little things. I'm very detail oriented. So there was a lot of things that it was just like little kind of details here and there, but I wanted it to be exactly, you know, how I wanted my book to be. So he was very patient with me in that way.
In the beginning, you mentioned that this was the third edition. So does that mean that you've rewritten it 3 times, or what does that mean?
So the third edition is just, this is the third time I have had the books printed. So I have printed a total of 3,000 copies. So I'm on to the kind of the next batch now. So I'm not sure how, I believe, you know, it's not about rewriting because the book is the same. I believe even like the copyright and all of that, if I'm not mistaken, I think that stays the same with the original date. It's just when you reprint it, not republish, but more just reprint it and get additional copies, they go to the first, second, third, and so on edition. I just wanted it in there. I don't think that's like a mandatory thing, but I thought it was kind of cool.
That's nice to know that the book has been so successful that you had to go back and reprint. Because sometimes when authors sell out, they just, oh, it's time for me to do another book, instead of saying, you know, why don't I reprint it and continue since it has a shelf life. Who do you think would benefit from owning and reading this book?
Well, I think everyone will benefit from owning and reading the book. Children of all ages, all circumstances, that goes for families as well. I heavily work with, like I said, the adoption community, and I really tried to my goal would be to really get this book in front of every family that has adopted a child, regardless of what race or gender of the child, because it's just a good book to have as a resource. And it's also a good book for children to have. So it's like, it kind of goes hand in hand. You have the families, the parents, the extended family, and then you actually have the child, the one that was adopted. And sometimes it's nice just to see your situation on paper or in a movie, or just somewhere that you can see what you have going on being represented. So when I have gone into schools, it's also very interesting because you know, a classmate might have someone in their class that was adopted, and maybe they don't, or maybe they will find out from reading the book. And even if they don't, I think it's nice that we expose children to different social situations. So whether that's, like I said, blended families, adoption, anything just to kind of expand on the education that we're giving children, differences that people have.
Well, I noticed that we have some special guests in the room. Your parents are here. Say hey, Mom. I see Mom is here. Okay. So
I think I have some friends that joined. If Andrea, hey, if she's still on, but yes.
So yes, it's always nice to have that support. And I don't know if Mom wants to say hello and tell us how proud you are of Sara. I know I'm not, I hope I'm not embarrassing you, but
no, it's fine.
It's nice to have your parents here.
I would first like to thank you, Garbo, for reaching out to Sara, our dear, dear, dear angel of a child, and to thank her for being a voice to sometimes the voiceless of children who I think feel more confident in knowing and hearing her story. And thank you, Sara, for just being a beautiful human being in the world.
Oh, thank you, Mom. Love you.
Dad, I'm putting you on the spot.
No, you're not. I'm just getting back from the gym. But Sara, you know, but I made certain I was here 5 minutes before 10 so I could get on to see Sara. We're so proud of her. And, one thing I would say that pleases us more than anything else. When we became parents, when Sara came to us, one of the things that we both pledged to do was to ensure that our baby, I call her my pumpkin, could know that every day that she was loved unconditionally, because that's what we were blessed with. And so I was thrilled when I read her dedication that I thought, well, we did it. It got through. So I'm just happy. I mean, I'm really pleased to be here. And thank you so much again, Garbo, for doing this for the children. It's so important to start reading as early as possible. So my hat goes off for you.
Thank you. And again, I guess I don't have to ask, what was your response to the book? So, because you've already told us, but you know, when she said, I'm writing a book, you know, is this what you expected? Is it, you know?
Well, I mean, as she told you, she started her first book. She wrote her first two little short stories when she was in the 2nd grade. And so I wasn't surprised. I was pleased. I mean, we all the time talked about it for many years. And I kept thinking, well, when are you going to do it? So, and boy, did she do it. We were both so thrilled. And actually, she wrote the book. The book came out just about the time we were doing some other big celebrations. So Mom and I had lots of little cards that we could pass around to family members and friends just before the book came out.
Well, the dedication, we didn't get to hear her speak.
Yeah.
And so we really would like to put that slide up and let you talk about the dedication.
Yes, and I apologize for not reading that. Oh yes, okay. The dedication says, I dedicate this book to my parents, Doctors Ronald and Betty Crutcher, for showing me unconditional love and providing me with a life beyond my wildest dreams.
Yes.
And I really thought that was important because, I mean, truly my wildest dreams. I recently met, well, not in face-to-face, but I learned of some of my birth family, and it is interesting ride to be on, but that still rings so true, that they provided me a life beyond my wildest dreams, because you just don't know, you never know where life will take you, and you never know how you can be brought from one situation to something completely different. So I thank you both, and I love you.
Wow, this is so nice to see you all here together.
Garbo, let me just also say that Sara is the first book author in our family. And even though we have, you know, both 3 degrees apiece, Sara is the leader of authors, and my husband is the second. So they both inspired me to write a story.
Has it been published?
Oh, my husband's book has been published, yes.
So we'll be hearing more from Dr. Crutcher soon, I'm sure.
Do you have the book? I don't have it. I don't have it handy. Do you have a copy you can put up? There you go.
There we
Put it
go.
up a little bit higher.
Okay. All right.
It's entitled, I Had No Idea You Were Black, Navigating Race on the Road to Leadership by Ronald A. Crutcher. But this is Sara's moment.
Yes, we'll be getting in touch with you, Dr. Crutcher. Definitely get you on and do a book session with you.
Great, I'd love to do it. Thank you.
All right. So Sara, is there anything else you'd like to share with us? Because I'm sure there's some people in the audience, I've been doing all the talking, that may have a question, and you can unmute yourself if you do. I see the media specialist from our guest school, Romine Elementary, is here. Would you like to say hello?
Hi. Don't know if they can hear, but hello to you. So the slide that's on the screen now, it does have ways that you can connect with Heartpicked. I am on Facebook and Instagram, both at Heartpicked. So please follow, and I post pictures and different, hopefully we can get back to having some in-person events at some point. And so I'll be posting some more when that happens as well. And for any of the schools that are on now, I know some schools are doing virtual, some are in person. If you do have any interest in, me reading to your class or anything like that, virtually via Zoom or something, I would love to. I love to talk to children and read the book to them. Like I said, it's very interactive, and it's just super cute when I can read to like the first graders or the fifth graders, and just see them being involved and interested in the book, and wanting to just talk and learn more. It's a very cool thing that I've been privileged to be able to do, and I miss it. So I'm happy that I'm even doing it now. I haven't actually read my book from start to finish in a while, so that this has been a real treat.
Thank you so much for sharing your book with us, and your parents for being here. We are excited that you started off our marathon, and we're going to have a perfect day continuing to read. And I think it's time for us to have our book giveaway. Anna, are you ready?
I am. We will show the screen for our wheel of names. So I excluded anyone with the last name Crutcher, because I'm pretty sure you have access to the book. Alrighty. Let's bring up the wheel of names. All right. So once again, I excluded anyone with the last name Crutcher. And I did include our people who asked questions on Facebook. So we'll spin the wheel and see who is going to win a copy of Heart Picked.
Oh, I love that wheel. That's so cool. You have to teach me how you did that.
All righty. So it's our participant from Facebook. She did ask a lot of questions on Facebook. So thank you so much. And we'll get your contact information.
Congratulations.
And I will put up the slide about how to get Heart Picked.
Yeah, so yes, please get a copy, order it from Pyramid, and I hope you enjoy it. And to the winner, I hope you enjoy it as well. And thank you so very much for having me and for putting on this amazing program. I know that today is going to be awesome and just filled with so many.
You're number one. Thank you for being our first author, and you kicked off our marathon to be so amazing. And guess who's here? Our second author. We're going to introduce her real quick while we get set up for her, but I wanted to say hello real quick for those who are in the audience.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am Janice Wilson. I'm so glad to be here with you today to present the fishing trip. Can you see?
See you at 10 o'clock.
I will see you all at 10 o'clock. So I want my scholars, my boys and girls, my students to get ready for me.
All right. So that was just a sneak peek into our 10 o'clock author. So Anna has a few commercials, I'm sure, between this marathon. So this is a virtual marathon, and the first time we've done it. So we are maybe a little creaky, but we're excited that you are here. And we have a slide for our sponsors. So Sara, thank you again, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the sponsors and everyone that's listening. This has been a real treat, and I know you are going to have a great rest of the day. And congratulations on this first virtual marathon. It is going lovely so far.
All right. So we'll be back at 10 o'clock, starting our next book, The Fishing Trip with Janice Barber-Wilson. So we'll see you at 10 o'clock. So stay on, because everybody who stays on, well, not you have to stay on all day, but if you come to every session, there's a special treat that you will receive.
Girl, I'm tired already. All right. Oh, I'm tired already. So what y'all got going today at the school? Oh, okay. Mm.
I know we're doing an audio check. Can you hear us clearly? So if you just sit right here. This is good. Let me just put it back a little more.
She sleep. Oh. Some paper. Huh? Yeah, that cabinet right from the right. I have to get in the microwave. The styrofoam. Like crumbles up. Oh shit. Some do, some don't. Look at low grade start. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. It's now 10 o'clock and it's time for our second author. For those of you just joining us, you are part of the Baobab Storytime virtual marathon presented by Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framing. And I am Garbo Hearn, the director of Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framing, and we are located in the historic Dunbar neighborhood. And we're so excited to bring you our second author, Janice Barber-Wilson. Say hello.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, just want to make sure your audio is working right. Let me tell you a little bit about Janice Barber-Wilson. For one, she is a member of the legendary chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Beta Pi Omega chapter, who is one of our sponsors for this event. And so we're so excited that she is participating. She's also a retired educator. I worked with you so many years when you were principal at Washington Elementary School, and we put on so many book events, and you have always been a proud sponsor of literacy and the importance of it. So that you always whenever we would come to you with a literary project, you always said yes. So thank you for that. But I knew there was a book in you, and when you brought it to me, I was like, okay, I knew it was coming. So thank you so much for being here, and I'm gonna let you take it over. Welcome, Janice Barber-Wilson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate you all being here to help us celebrate this event today. I expect to see many more of them in the future. Again, thank the sponsors. As Garbo said, we appreciate you all investing in our children. And I am retired. I was a former elementary school principal and teacher and library media specialist, which is just the new name for a librarian. So I love books. I know that the children out there love books. And I am proud to present to you today the fishing trip. A couple of things, and this is a teacher in me that I want to mention to my students, the scholars out there before we begin. You will hear me talk about a baking soda can. And I found out a lot of my students will look at me and say, Ms. Wilson, what is that? Well, this is a baking soda can. And this is what they used to catch the worms and put them inside the can and take it with them down to the river when they fished. You will hear me mention something about a mockingbird. And students, you all know from your Arkansas history that the mockingbird is the state bird. And why do they call it the mockingbird? You're right, because it mocks or imitates other birds. And I see someone remember that baking soda can. Great. Thank you so much. Another thing you will hear about is cottonwood trees. Those are very big trees that we have here in Arkansas. And they're really good. We're celebrating the earth this month, and they're really good to have because not only do they provide shelter for animals, but the bark also serves as food for the animals and food for birds. So I hope that you enjoy the book, The Fishing Trip. The day was warm, sunny, and relaxed. It was the type of day for good fishing. I called my grandmother, hoping she'll share my genius plan of how we should spend this perfect summer day. But she was way ahead of me. with fishing pole in one hand and a baking powder can full of night crawlers in the other, she was ready to go fishing. Our choice of a fishing spot was a down-home small country settlement left over from slavery days called Scott. After a half hour of fighting off buzzing mosquitoes and not catching a nibble, we decided to visit another spot with a reputation of being plentiful with fish that were called brim and crappies. A cool breeze drifted through lazily, moving the lush leaves of the cottonwood trees as we settled down near the bank of the river. A mockingbird greeted us in a song not its own. The sweet scent of honeysuckle engulfed me. It took me back to a childhood memory of my sisters and I picking the trumpet-shaped flowers from the vine. We'd taste the sweet nectar and laughed as it rolled down our skinny brown arms, carefree. There would be cows below the levee that we would have to cross to get to the popular fishing area. The cows were not rumored to be the kind that chewed on grass in a peaceful meadow, like on the ice cream commercial. In fact, these cows were said to be not friendly at all, but our desires for brim and crappie overruled our common sense. We headed over the levee. A scream from my grandmother yanked me out of my memory. My eyes followed her shaking, pointed finger directly into the brown-spotted eyes of an enormous cow. The warning of the mean cow stuck in my head, and I didn't have time to think twice. Before I knew it, I was knee deep in the water. My shoes were soaked, and I realized that one, cows could walk in water too, and two, I could not walk in water. I changed directions, grabbed some of my fishing gear, and my grandmother and I took off running as fast as we could. The cow chased behind us like we were gazelles, and it was a lion. As I ran, I looked behind me to make sure grandmother was all right and that she was keeping up. To my surprise, she was on my heels, sprinting like a track star. We ran, and the cows ran. As the cow ran, more cows joined in the hunt. The cows were running, and we were running. We tossed what little fishing gear we had left over a barbed wire fence. Then we scrambled through as fast as we could without getting cut. Once they reached the fence, they would just stop running and turn around slowly. Then, all of a sudden, they started letting out a symphony of moos. Dozens and dozens of cows in chorus, just belting out moos, like they were in concert. We sat on the grassy, cool mound on the other side of the fence. It seemed impossible to catch our breath. Once we calmed down a bit, we realized we probably scared them more than they scared us. We sat on that grass and laughed together like we hadn't laughed together in years. As the cowbells around their necks clanked faintly in the distance, I thought, whoo, we made it. Oh, well, the fish market is always open. And that is the story of the fishing trip. So I hope you paid attention, scholars, and you saw some of the things or heard some of the things that I was talking about, such as the baking soda can. And I know someone put in the chat that they remember this. Also, I want to let you know that the author, myself, and I always talk to my students about authors because you all are authors also. You have a book inside of you, and I want you to practice writing as much as you can. The artist of the fishing trip is Keith Connor. Now, Mr. Connor is out of Chicago, and he is a very famous artist. And some of you parents or grandparents may remember the calendars that used to come out each year, the Kings and Queens of Africa from the Budweiser Company. Well, Keith Connor is the artist that drew the pictures on those calendars. So I really appreciated him for taking the time to do the artwork for the fishing trip. Now, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to entertain those, Garbo, if you have any.
Like everybody else, I want to know what inspired you to write this book? Out of all the subjects you could have written about, why fishing?
Well, for one thing, I love to fish, and I hope now that I'm retired, I get the opportunity to do more of that. I love to fish, and when I was a child in Scott, I actually grew up in Scott. We did a lot of fishing. I was younger, and I didn't do as much as my parents or my older siblings, but I've always loved to fish. It is very relaxing. And if you think about our ancestors, they didn't really fish to relax, although I'm sure it did relax them. They fished out of necessity. So when I'm talking to my students, I also include that as part of my lesson. But I've just always loved to write, even when I was a young girl. And when I retired, I thought it is time. It's nothing like the present. If you wait too long, you may not get the opportunity to do it.
Okay. So is this book inspired by a true story?
It was, because we did have a area where we lived that had what we call Brahma bugs. And they were white in color, and they were mean bugs. If they saw you in their space, in their territory, they would chase you. So a lot of this, like a lot of stories that we see, there is some truth in the story. So fishing, the bulls chasing, even the name Scott, they are all real. They are all true places or happenings or things that I experienced as a child.
So in terms of the illustrations, did you work directly with the illustrator and tell him what you wanted, or did he read the book? And
I did. And you know, in this day of technology, it's just really a wonder how things can be done, because I never met Keith Connor in person. We did a lot of things virtually. I would send him my ideas. I sent him the book, and he would put the images and my ideas down, send them back to me, and I could talk to him and say, yes, this is what I had in mind, or no, let's it should look like this. So we collaborated a lot without even seeing each other face to face.
You said at the beginning of your presentation that everybody has a book in them. So can you talk about the publishing process so that we can get these books out of our audience?
I think it first starts with the idea. And I want everyone to understand, and particularly my students, every idea is important. And some things you think you have been the only one to experience, there are others too. And we all want to know about these experiences. So put your thoughts down on paper. I think that's the most important thing, to put the thoughts down on paper. And then the students know about the writing process, how you have to begin with that idea, how you might have to revise and reinvent. It may be a work that you think is never finished. And it's okay to go back and rewrite or revise. Definitely do research if you need to. Definitely do your research. But just keep in mind that there is not an idea that is a bad idea. So you just have to do it.
Okay, so do it. What does that mean? You've got a book. How did you get that book? Who's your publisher? How does that work?
Well, I worked with a young man by the name of Patrick Oliver from Say It Loud. And just like our relationship, Patrick had worked with my students when I was a principal, because I love students being involved in the arts, just like our Target 4 for Alpha Kappa Alpha. Target 4 is the arts, and I always really put my students in the arts. We had activities at school and after school. We participated in visual arts, music, even down to dance, hip hop, ballet. We tried to bring all of that to the students because we wanted them to see more than their block. And so Patrick Oliver had worked with me at different schools. And he was one that I went to because I knew that he had the background. He had published before. He knew how to get books printed. He walked me through step by step. And he helped me edit. He put me in contact with Derek Barnes, who is an award-winning author right now. And I hope you all, if you have not read Derek Barnes, please go out and get his books. We have them here at Pyramid. And also Patrick Oliver, as I said, is a published author. He's been published for a long time, and so he helped me. Most authors, when they first start out, are self-published, and that really takes you being just having the mindset of, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And it takes time, and you have to work at it. You need to make sure that you have the supporters that you need, because it is an expense in writing. So you need good supporters, good sponsors.
Okay. So that being said, are you working on another book? Is this a series?
Well, I am working on another one that should be out at the end of the year. And the title of that book is Angels in the Rafters. And again, inspired by some true events, deals with a old country church and the angels that watch over us from the rafters of the church. And I don't know how many of you may have grown up in a country church, but usually the rafters are showing. The ceiling may not be all covered through. You can see the rafters. And think about babies. You know how sometimes they're just looking up in the air and they're laughing and they're
They're hitting at things up in the air, and you wonder, what are they looking at?
Okay.
They see things that we don't see. So Angels in the Rafters should be out by the end of this year.
Okay. Same illustrator, or do you have another?
It would probably be a different illustrator. I'm not quite sure whom yet. Patrick has sent me about 5 illustrators and samples of their work. And it's been hard to pick one. I haven't picked one yet because they all are so excellent. But I'm leaning towards a young man who his angels are just so, they look like us and they are so peaceful looking. They just make you want to say, okay, this is how I imagined it to be. So okay. He would probably be the one, that particular artist.
So we have a question from the audience. What are the keys to encouraging literacy at home?
I always told my parents the key to encouraging literacy at home is to read to your children. Read to them, and they should see you reading. Even the newspaper, even though most of us don't have a actual paper, but magazines, anything, they should see you reading. They should know that reading is important to you. And then share our history of our people with your students. I always try to instill in my students at school that it's very important because our ancestors died for your right to learn to read. I wanted them to know how important it was. So parents, grandparents, talk to your children about reading. What we had to do to get to the point where we could read anything that we wanted to wherever, and make it joyful for them. Parents, you know, use those crazy voices. Your kids will love it. Act it out. Let them read to you. Children should read or be read to at least 20 minutes every day, 20 minutes every night. Read to your children.
What are some of your favorite titles that are standards for you?
Oh my goodness. I love all poetry. Nikki Gilvante is my most favorite one. Of course, Maya Angelou. I just love them all. Derek Barnes, I'm reading all of his books right now. I bought his books for my grandsons. And so I just love it. I love Miss Topless. I love my hair. At one time, we bought a copy of her book because it's about the love of the texture of our hair, the many ways that we can be just inventive in how we do our hair. I bought it for each one of my students because it had such a great message. So I love all books. I've always have.
I have a challenge for you in the chat box. Anta Briggs says, please write a book about your time at Woodruff and all the peace activities and days of no fighting. So tell us about those days.
Anta, thank you so much. I was fortunate enough, blessed enough to work at Woodruff Elementary School. I first went there as a teacher under Pat Higginbotham, who was the principal, and Shirley Davis, who was the counselor. And they had a program that they began about no fighting because we were having a problem with fighting. This was back in the days where we had a lot of gang violence. And we wanted to teach the children how to solve problems by having a discussion and without fighting. And so they began, the principal and the counselor, first of all, teaching us, the adults, the teachers, how to mediate problems. And then we had to teach the children how to do that. And the first day, guess what? There was a fight. But we started over. And I think we finally made it 1 week without a fight. And we celebrated. The King Commission came over. We had great supporters like Miss Briggs. We made a big deal out of that. And we had a group of children that wanted to succeed. Not that the record was never broken. It was. But then we would have to start over. But we finally got to the point where those children who had started like in kindergarten and came all the way with us up to 6th grade, 5th grade, they wanted success. And so when the other children who made, new students would come, they would tell them, hey, we don't act like that here. We don't fight here. We don't do that. We don't make fun of people here, bully people. And so they really kept the other children in check. When I became principal at Woodruff Elementary, it was such a great thing. I worked with a great team of people, and we wanted to keep it going. That was not anything we wanted to change. And Linda Berman and Kathy Gauss, and again, Shirley Davis was still there with us, and all the great people that I worked with, they kept it going. They kept it going in the classrooms. We celebrated a lot. Plus, we had the arts there. And with the arts, children just blossomed. And we were fortunate enough to have the support of WAND, W-A-N-D. And if you get a chance, go to their site. They actually sponsored a documentary on our no fighting at Woodruff. And it was just a great program, but it takes time and it can be done. That fight record was broken. We had to start over. I can remember we got to 100 days without a fight, and then 2 kids broke the record. The longest that we ever went without a fight was 448 days. It was almost 3 school years. And it can work. We just have to learn how to talk about our problems and solve them without fighting.
Well, I like Ancha's suggestion that you write a book about that, because that's something we need here today, and definitely you can write that story. So you've been challenged. Book number 3.
Okay, I accept that challenge, Ancha, and again, glad to hear from you. I won't promise when it'll be, but I will try my best to get that done for you.
So in the words of the virtual marathon, with the Baobab tree behind you, our thing is, if you, on your birthday, you come in, you touch the tree and you pledge to read 30 minutes a day, 365 days a year. So we want a little bit more than you do. We want 30 minutes. So,
that's great.
We know that will definitely make you smarter. And we appreciate your participation in our first virtual marathon, and we hope that you will continue to support us and continue to write. Is there anything else you'd like to share before we spin the wheel to see who wins your book today?
Well, again, I appreciate everyone for tuning in. This has really been special. And parents and grandparents, thank you for taking the time, because it means that you are investing in your children or your grandchildren, because they will be the leaders of what's coming, and we want to prepare them. And therefore, we want them to be able to read and understand. So thank you so much. I'm curious about who's going to win this book. I'm excited about that. So let's see.
Anna's got the screen prepared.
You'll start. We need these.
Ancha!
Imagine that. Ancha Briggs, congratulations. You are the winner of a signed copy of the fishing trip. So if you don't already have one, I know you'll find someone some school to share it with. So thank you, Audrey, for being here today. So just stop by the gallery and pick up your book, okay? So thank you so much, Ms. Wilson, for being here. And we do have our next author who's gonna come on and say hello. And she'll be here at 11 o'clock. Ms. CICi, are you there? Can you say hello to our audience and tell them you're excited about coming up next? And you've got a special guest with you too. Unmute yourself. You're muted.
Hey guys.
CICi, where are you located?
Hey, we're in Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio. Is it cold there?
No, it's actually like 55 degrees now, which is a good thing.
Okay, tell us the name of your book and what you'll be reading.
Sure. The name of the book we'll be reading is Hey Little Brown Girl. And we'll be reading at 11. Yep, that's it. It's Hey Little Brown Girl. It's a confidence builder for our little girl. So we'll be reading that one at 11. Chloe and I talking about it, you know. Yeah.
All right. Just wanted to give you a teaser and let everybody know this is a real marathon. We are reading all day. So thank you. Go relax. We'll see you in a little bit, okay?
See you in a little bit. Perfect.
All right. Thank you.
All righty.
All right. So now we're going to have a young entrepreneurs moment. We celebrate reading and we celebrate independence and entrepreneurship from our youth. So we have an entrepreneurs moment. Anna, you ready?
How can people purchase the fishing trip?
They can buy it at Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framing, or they can buy it online. So check out the slide, and if you don't have a copy of the fishing trip, this is how you do it. And all the books are signed as well, and if you want to personalize, Ms. Wilson will do that for you as well. Right?
Yes, I'd be glad to. Let's go fishing.
Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you very much. Because these sponsors are providing books for Romine Elementary School. And the guests are, our special guest school is Romine Elementary School. So if you're on from Romine, we're so glad you're here because this is a sneak peek of the books that will be provided for you in your library. All right.
About for 17 years old. Registering cards have been something else again. For that, I do the I mean, you know how we do things. We could have decided. Oh, you know what? There's no convenience. I bought the car and that's it. It most certainly is not it. And how could you let me do this? I didn't let her. I bought the car he bought.
So while we're fixing our technical difficulties, this is Jaden and AJ Glover, and they live in Lilburn, Georgia, and they are our Baobab Storytime favorites because they show up every time we have an event. So they are also entrepreneurs, and they make lemonade, not just lemonade. It's gourmet, it's fresh, and it's delicious. So if you're ever in the Georgia area, definitely check out Not Just Lemonade. And there's their number. If you're in Georgia, they will find you and bring it to you. All right. So we're going to take a break and get ready for Hey Little Brown Girl. We'll see you at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
You know, you sold him that piece of shit, you'd be fucking ashamed of yourself. I didn't sell it to him. That's something that you should have tried harder. Like that one. Fucking bastard killed himself, man. Son of a bitch was so weak, he would put a boiling water down his throat with his fish bites to you. Okay. That's the last time you run that mechanical asshole in the around exhaust. I was like, you do it one time when you're out, you understand? Huh? But I'm gonna tell you something else, but I don't think any shit for these kids. This place is for working sticks. I think that car's running so it's rail the paper. It's not gonna be gas. Not those kids rail the drain on yard. I don't allow no smoking in here either. You want a button, go out and drink it. Oh, I don't smoke. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't get smart. Okay. Bye. There's never gonna smoke. That's unstoppable. Trying to help your buddy right out of here, Chuck. Now, shut your pie hole. I know creep when I see one. I think I'm looking at one right now. You're on probation. You get it? You screw around with me one time, I don't care how much I'm going to pay up your lunch. I'll throw you out your ass. You got it? Huh? Good. Okay, Chloe. 3, 2, 11.
Almost, yeah.
I went 11:50. I went 11:50, 12. Don't start yet. Don't start yet. Don't start yet. Who started where? You.
Girl, listen.
Don't start it.
You see Grandma Trail? Is that her right there?
Casey. Did she went yet?
No. Hello, Chloe. Hello.
Did she went yet? Hi.
Okay, we're getting ready to start.
Good morning. It's 11 o'clock and it's time for our next author. So welcome back to the Baobab Storytime Virtual Marathon presented by Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framing. So we are reading all day. Do you feel like it's not so hard, just like running? You think of a marathon, you think about running. Well, we are reading all day, and it's gonna make us smarter, and it's a lot of fun. Is everybody having a good time? I know I am.
Yes.
So this is our 11 o'clock slot, and we have Miss CICi all the way from Cleveland, Ohio. And she is a creative, she's an artist, she's an author, she is the mother of 4, and creativity is her game. And she's got a special guest with her today, Chloe. Say hi, Chloe.
Hi.
And she's going to read her book, Hey Little Brown Girl. So welcome, CICi and Chloe.
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
So are we ready to read?
Tell us a little bit about yourself first and about the book before you start reading.
Perfect. Okay, well, this is Chloe. I'm CICi. So, Hey Little Brown Girl. It was really like a fluke thing, to be honest with you. Started it with just a coloring book, right? So we did the Little Brown Girl coloring book. I published it, I think, on my birthday, maybe 2 years ago. And it's a coloring book that allow little brown girls to color on brown illustrated pictures, and that's really uncommon. So I did it, and it's doing amazing. So then I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do a follow-up storybook. And I'm like, okay, and I'm thinking about the things that I wanted. If I could be more vocal all the time to Chloe, what would I want to say to her? I want to remind her that she's amazing. I want to remind her that she's smart and creative. So I literally just put that into the book, took my time with it, made sure that we went through all the pictures. Chloe picked out the outfits and the different colors that she wanted the different skirts and things to be. And yeah, it's pretty cool. So I moved from that to other books surrounding around little brown girls and girls in general. So the goal is just to, make them feel special in the stuff that they read. And that's where I came up with it from. You can sit down, Chloe.
Are you ready to read?
I guess so.
All righty. So here we go.
All right. So this is the reading of Hey Little Brown Girl. Hey little brown girl, come closer. What do you see? I see a smart, beautiful brown girl, just as amazing as can be. Hey, little brown girl, don't look away. You are made perfect because God created you this way. So as you're going through the book, you see the different illustrations, the way that we kind of, and Chloe had her hand in all of this. So just so you know, when you're looking at this, I said, Chloe, what color should this be? What color should that be? She really helped me through the whole process. So we can keep going. Look at your smile. Don't look at your skin, your eyes, your nose, and hair. You were uniquely made. That's why we all love to stop and stare. Yeah. Wow, look at your smile. Standing so tall and shining so bright. Just like the stars gleaming at night. Amazing, awesome, and brilliant. That's what I see. Your spirit is pure and your heart is loving. That's the key. You are incredible. Did you know? When you're around, you light up the room. Wow, look at that glow. You are confident, funny, kind, and loving too. Everyone would be happy to have a friend just like you. You are so creative, bold, and unique. Having you around is such a treat. Just the kind of girl everyone wants to meet. You are so courageous. I love how you stand for what's right. You make everyone smile with delight. Thank you for being so kind. You never say mean things. You always make me laugh, Chloe. You're such a great friend to me. Whoa, you must be a genius. How did you get so smart? You know your numbers, your colors, your numbers, your letters, and you draw the best pictures when it's time for art. You give the best hugs. Oh. That's how I know you are filled with so much love. God made you perfect. You are just so blessed. Okay. I have to say it out loud. Little brown girl, you are the best. So at the end of this book, I just wrote a really small synopsis of what was in it. And I was pretty much saying, thank you for everyone that picked up the book. It was a group effort with this one in particular. I thank my mom, who's actually on the Zoom, and my sister, and they edited my writing, because being a creative, we can be moving so fast sometimes. We make tons of mistakes on stuff. So it was truly a group effort. And Chloe, she literally helped from the beginning to the end of this book with the colors and the illustrations. And my other kids, they kind of knew it was important to me, the older ones, so they helped entertain my son, Carter, in the process. It was just such a beautiful group effort with the family. And, that's it. We decided to just talk about purpose in the book. And, we all have, a reason why we're here. And we never know how it'll impact other people. And this book certainly did that for a lot of little brown girls. So I think we're truly living in purpose with this one. Oh, you're on mute. I can't hear you. Let me see. There you go.
There we go. Share the information about the coloring book, the Brown Girls coloring book.
Oh man, that is my favorite. Okay, so let's see. We did a couple. You guys have it there. You can pick it up from Pyramid Art Books too, but this is the Brown Girls coloring book. This was the first set of it, and this coloring book in particular, I'll tell you what makes it different. And this is what I wanted to see with this one. When you go through it, this is actually Chloe's book because she colors in it. She loves it. But if you see it, inside of the book, the actual illustrations that you'll be coloring or that the kids color are actually on Brown Girls. That's what makes it pretty cool. So you got
go back to the screen with the author, please. We're gonna get back to you. Okay.
You got it? Okay. So as you see, this is Chloe's book that she colors in. So you have your different words of affirmations in here. Like this one is, I can do anything. But you see that it's coloring actually on the actual Brown Girls. And so each of them have their outfits, their little clothes on, all their little stuff on here. So the whole book is just made with affirmations. It's called Chloe's book, so she colors this one. And cute little fashion outfits for the Brown Girls. But each and every one, you're coloring on a Brown Girl. So, you know, I did that because I wanted us to be able to see ourselves in the stuff that we're coloring. So, you know, we can pick up a coloring book anywhere. You know, we can make the shades any kind of color, but it's needed sometimes, and especially in the times that we're in now, to know that you can be a pretty little brown girl with fashion, and you can say amazing things to yourself. You can say, I'm amazing. You can color that in. And as we color it and write it and say it, we can believe it. And that's what our kids need now more than ever.
Okay. So I see Chloe has on a shirt. Is that available too? Or is that just for Chloe? Let me see your shirt.
Chloe's shirt says, listen, I'm a big deal. So the same thing, Chloe's always wearing brown girl stuff. I didn't even I started all these and I was just doing stuff and making it for her at the beginning, but it's all of the shirts and book bags and sweaters, they're on the website, heylittlebrown.com. So kids can, little girls from like, I think I got some infant stuff up to like XL and kids, and it's all affirmation stuff and with little brown girls on it, and book bags too. It's all kind of stuff on the site for little brown girls.
Okay. So the inspiration behind Little Brown Girls is obviously your daughter, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So tell us about how you got the idea to take it and make it action, make it happen. What gave you the impetus to do that? Okay, so it's so interesting. So at the very beginning of this process, this was 2 years ago, in October, right? I just started illustrating, right? Playing around with looks, right? Basing it off of Chloe, right? And I did it, and I put a book together, and I literally I just, had an idea because I was watching her color, and she liked Elsa at the time. And she was coloring and doing everything on, Elsa, and it's everybody loves Elsa, But I was like, that's cool, but let me just kind of look around and see what I can kind of get for her to, for her to, being a brown girl, and I just didn't see anything. So I did it just for her. And I went and I sent it to my local Office Max, and I had it printed and bind it, and I just gave it to her for her to have something to do. And this is like at the beginning stages. It wasn't even supposed to be anything that I put out there to the world. And she did so good with it. She was like really interested. I'm like, that's weird. Okay. So then we kind of did it together. I'm like, well, Chloe, which pages do you like? And is that one, you like those little hearts on that? And she had like a real interest in it. So the inspiration was to give her something that she can be proud about playing with and coloring with, that will kind of keep her busy, that will also inspire her. And as I saw, it was just, she really took to it. I'm like, oh, this is kind of like something. So I got a few copies of the coloring book made, and this was 2 years ago, gave them to families.
And I was trying to find a printer, going through all that stuff, gave it to family. I'm like, what do you guys think? And everybody received it really well. And after I kind of got the okay and the validation from people, I put it to market, and it was Amazon for a while, and I was surprised that people really, really liked it. So after the coloring book did so well for a year, then following up with the read along book was like a no-brainer to me. The read along book, I did it in paper as well as on the Kindle. So if anybody has like Amazon Prime and they don't have the paperback book, they can always just get it on the Kindle. And you can see all the, it's super colorful, the words are there, but it's a real good, like, I think it's a cool nighttime book. Because, you know, with us, it's like, even adults, sometimes you have to affirm ourselves. Hello, you today. I know it's hard, but I'm amazing. I could do it. I could do it. We have to affirm ourselves. So why not do the same thing for our kids?
You mentioned that your mom helped with the book, and she had to have been a tremendous influence, and she's on the call and she's been helping us. Hello, Ms. Hobbs. Can you unmute yourself?
Unmute yourself, huh? There you
Hello. Go. Thank you for being with us today and helping show the first book. So CICi, was she affirming you as you grew up? Is this also the basis of writing these books?
Yeah, we grew up, the way that we grew up, my mom has always been an extremely strong woman, a very, 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 very strong woman through everything. She's just, always strong, right? So I saw that coming up. So the affirmations, we didn't really know. I think as, with our parents working so much and, having that, we didn't see it, but she never told me it was something I could not do. She put me in all the programs. She made sure that she put me in ballet. I went to an art school when I was young, piano lessons. I did the whole, and she made sure that was, she let me be creative. And that was her way of affirming who I was. She knew I was a different kind of kid from the beginning. And she did not make me follow the lines. She did. So I can definitely say in her way, she did affirm and validate who I was. Absolutely.
When I got your information, you identified yourself immediately to me as a creative. I was like, yeah, that's cool. So Ms. Hobbs, can I ask you, did you know you had an artist there? Did you know she was an artist from the beginning?
Yes. Scenaria, she's a creative spirit, always has been. Yes. You name it, she can take something, she can take the smallest little mundane item and make it into something very, very beautiful. She's always been like that.
Exactly. And some parents would not embrace that. They were like, oh my God, being an artist, how will you live? So you took it a whole different direction, and I appreciate you for that. What gave you that, thought to be that way in terms of to embrace her creativity?
Well, I think what probably played a part is that I'm kind of creative myself. So they watch me do things, myself, going to the Goodwill and taking used hats and redoing used hats and bringing them back to life. So I think that kind of stuff probably rubbed off on them. I sew and stuff like that and put flower arrangements together. So it probably rubbed off on them.
Okay. They say the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. So this is a great example.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much for being with us this morning and sharing her first book. That is so amazing to see your support. So I want to ask Chloe a question.
Oh.
Chloe, how are you?
Good.
How do you feel being a subject of a book and having your own t-shirt? How does that feel?
Great.
It feels great?
Yes.
Great. Do you think you're going to be an artist or write a book when you grow up?
Yes.
Yes? Yes, okay. I'm looking forward to it. So talking about self-esteem in young women, CICi, tell me who would benefit from this book other than the obvious? Tell me about who you wrote this book for.
You know, other than the obvious, well, obviously it is for little brown girls. But when I think about the overall idea of the book, Hey, Little Brown Girl, I think that if a parent, if a neighbor, if a teacher picked this book up and just gave it freely to some young girl that they know that may be struggling with who they are, you know, even if it's a preteen or someone's Chloe's age, kids need to know I look a little different. My hair is a little bit natural. I wear big old Afro puffs, but I'm still gorgeous. I'm still beautiful. I'm still unique. I'm me. So I think that any girls of color, from the smallest little 1-year-old that may need a little bit of, you know, help maneuvering or need to hear from an early age that she's amazing, to, you know, your preteen that may also need to remind herself that she's beautiful and she's amazing and she's unique. I think that any of the girls in that age range could really, really benefit from that book. I've seen the best success with it. With what I do with it is I randomly gift it to people. That's the way I do. I have in my office, I keep a bulk of them, and I'll know someone and I'll gift it. Yeah, just like that. Because you never know how any words throughout that book will click to someone. Like, wait a minute, I am amazing. Oh yeah, I am pretty cool. Yeah, I am. And not just with the outer, being a creative. Young girls need to hear that. Okay, well, I don't get all A's all the time. I'm not like a merit roll student, but I'm an amazing artist, or I can sing, or, you know, I paint, and that's cool too. So I think that when you ask me who can benefit from this book, I think that little girls of color can truly, truly benefit. But I think that in addition to that, any girl who doesn't fit in the box can benefit from it as well.
And Corey Charles says fathers of brown girls. Definitely.
He is Chloe's. Oh, Corey's on the phone. That's Chloe's.
Okay.
Where is he? Yeah, Corey's
here.
Chloe's dad.
All right. Well, wonderful. So definitely being supportive here. He says learn to be aware of brown girls' issues. So you are helping fathers as well. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, he's amazing. Corey's a great dad, great husband, great all of that good stuff. He helps to really make Chloe as a brown girl feel amazing. He definitely supports that. He's amazing.
So we're all about family and supporting. Corey, would you like to unmute yourself and say something to these beautiful brown girls?
Hi, everybody.
Hello?
I think, I know she almost missed it, but can I be heard?
I can hear you.
Okay. I think CICi's book is very important because I never paid attention to brown girls' issues until I had one. Never. Didn't think about it. It wasn't me being mean. It wasn't me dismissing anybody. It wasn't my world. And to finally have one and to say, oh, let's find you a doll or let's look on TV at something that represents you, and to actually have issues finding something. So it just makes us aware. And then with that book, we don't realize how much we don't say affirming things, and it's needed. And then when you hear it, you didn't realize how much you actually needed it. And so I appreciate that book, CICi, because even hearing it again, I didn't tell Chloe how beautiful she was today. You know, and so I really to hear it. And then if someone was to say it to me, so these are things that it helps fathers out, because I don't have those. Those aren't my world immediately until I had someone. And I hope that others can see it, whether you have a brown girl or not. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing your feelings and being so expressive, because this is what it's all about, the importance of reading and getting those points across and just making people think about things that they didn't think about. So we're glad that you came on the call, and we're very supportive today. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Back to the chat room. Did you illustrate this book, CICi? And
yep.
You did, and you talked about colors. Amazing. Talk about that process.
Of illustrating, well, I'm self-taught. Started with Adobe Photoshop, moved over to Illustrator. I've been playing with design and painting and drawing from young. Like, you know, when I was younger, I could draw a portrait with a pencil. And I didn't even know that was a talent at the beginning. I had no clue. I just would look, I could just do it. So as I got older and we moved into thank you, Charlie. Charlie's my bestest girlfriend from 3rd grade. We went to drama school together, Charlie and I. But anyway, yeah, the illustration part was really, really my favorite part of the whole book. Putting the words together where it was kind of easy, but illustrating is my favorite. That's actually what I like to do, is create and add color and put dimension to stuff. So I really like, and then putting the little outfits together was kind of like cute. That's my girly side, you know, being able to do that little thing. But yeah, it was a progress. I mean, it was a process. It really, really was. So yeah, I did from the beginning to the end. I used Illustrator for it, and tweaked it along the way. I kind of like did maybe 4 or 5 revisions of the coloring book in itself before I finally like put it to market. And then even with the read along book, that one was easier to do because I had the baseline with the coloring book from the beginning. So many of the characters, and the character in there is actually called Clo Cutie Pie. That's out of Chloe. So I already had the base of that. So I was able just to put color in it, and it was a really, really easy it was easy to do. So yeah, it was, I don't know, that was my best part, the best part.
So Charlie asked, do you plan on making an edition for teenagers or women, or will little brown girl grow up? This project, will it grow up with Chloe? Will, you know? Yeah,
so I did, thanks. So I did a big book. It will. So what I'm working on now, we have, let me see, let me find this one. It's called the Just Girls Fashion Affirmations, Creative Expression, and Self-Reflection. So it will grow up with Chloe and other big girls too. This one is actually a coloring book and journal. I don't push this one a lot because it kind of, if you're on the, I don't know why I don't push this one, because it's a big book. It's kind of thick, but it's in between it has a lot of journal space. So it has prompts, and it says stuff like, you know, how are you feeling today? Today was good or bad because of what? And it just helps you kind of think. So the Brown Girls, and my idea of the Brown Girls brand is to really, really evolve it in a way to where the things that they read, the things that they see, the things that we put on underneath this umbrella is going to be for brown, you know, toddler on up. And I'm going to make the journals more, you know, I'm going to put it out there a lot more. I'm going to my goal is to even in their rooms, their bedrooms, I want them on their walls to be able to remind themselves, I am amazing. In my house, the way where it's affirmations everywhere. And it's just the way because I have to pour back in sometimes. Life is, you know, but I want that for my brown girls too. I want them to have a bedroom where they can see, I wake up, okay, I'm amazing. Today's going to be good. Yes, I can do it. And those are things that I want to see. So it is going to evolve. It is definitely going to evolve for sure.
So you have 4 children, right? So 4 children. Okay. How many are girls? How many are boys?
1 girl. This is it.
That's 1 girl. Okay.
So I have, my oldest is 19. And I have a 13-year-old. He'll be 14 in a second. Oh, that's crazy. And then Chloe, she's 5. And then little Carter, we have Carter, he's 3. He's in the office watching YouTube. Yeah.
That's good. It's amazing that you have this bond with Chloe, that this is something that she will have throughout her life in terms of affirming her being here, and just congratulations on taking thought to action.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So when you talk about the Brown Girl brand, you have coloring books, you have illustrations, t-shirts. Is that all that's included, or?
No, when people visit the site, it's heylittlebrown.com. You can kind of see there are book bags, there are hoodies, there's tons of different t-shirts with different sayings on there. There's the different coloring books, you saw those. And then the read along is on there as well. But it's like primarily a lot of different t-shirts and different, different colors and things like that for the kids to choose from. But the book bags, that's something I'm really playing with and really making it, because Chloe she's always the first for everything. She gets the exclusives, okay? So Chloe's been rocking Brown Girl book bags from day one. But I put those out on the site too and designed those in some really cool ways. But yeah, so on the site is everything right now that a brown girl can wear. We're gonna have some leggings, I think, too, that are coming, trying to find a good manufacturer for those, but that'll probably be within the next month or so. And then wall art is coming too before the end of the summer. So yeah, heylittlebrown.com, you can see everything that's there.
Well, Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framing will be a brown girl site, because we're going to have everything that you
there you go
available here in our store, because we're really proud of what you're doing. So my next question is, is this a side gig for you, or is this your total brown girl brand? Is this you? This is it for you, or do you work for other people, or how do you illustrate for other authors? Tell me about that.
Well, I'll tell you, that's such a hard question. I'm going to tell you a funny story, right? So my husband, he one day he called me on the phone. He works a lot, right? He called me on the phone. He's like, "Hey, CICi, real quick, what you doing?" I said nothing and whatever. He's like, "What do you do?" I was like, "Huh?" What do you do? And that question was so hard for me. And I when I tell people what I do, I always say I'm a creative, right? And that can mean a million different things. But when you ask me that question in this level, is Brown Girls the brand it for me? Brown Girls it was at one point a side project. It definitely is something that adds to the household. But my primary responsibilities normally is I help other people build and develop their brands. That's what I do primarily as a full-time thing. So you have an idea, you have a business, something you want to do, we brainstorm together, figure out how to put it to market, figure out what you need to make it make sense. And that's what I do primarily. My goal for Hey Little Brown Girls is to at some point be the full-time thing that I get a chance to put all my time into, because I love it just that much. But in the meantime, between time, it is something that is automated, automates itself. So as I create, it's just out there. I don't have to keep working it. I can keep creating, which I like to do. It's like my passion project. It's my thing. And it's not something that at the beginning, I didn't do it for the money. I just, like I said, I gift so many books. I just gift it because it's like, I want the kids to have something. So at some point it'll be the main thing, but my primary responsibilities, I have to, I help other people. Brandon, my husband, has a construction company, so I spend a lot of time with him, supporting him in that. And then, in my office now, my mom, she does natural products, so I kind of help everybody with their brands and their businesses, and using my little expertise to help everybody else grow. As far as illustrating for others, no, I don't do it because it's my love. It's something, illustrating for me, it's like my hobby love thing. So it's hard for me to put out, for somebody to commission me for, it's hard. I'd much rather help logo you, brand you, things like that. But creating characters for others is something that would take me too much time, and it would kill my ego if they didn't like my little art, in a way. So I don't do that. But yeah, everybody around me is a creative. Charlie, too, that's what she does. I've helped her too, but she's another creative. So everybody in my life, I just found a way to support them, in some kind of way, with whatever it is, what I do full time.
So the wheel is about ready, but I just wanted to ask, do you have any advice for that creative that hasn't put thought to action? What would be your advice?
Oh man. Yep. What I tell people all the time is, if it wasn't about the money, if you can do anything in this world, whatever it was, and money was not an issue, what would you do? And most people, they have something that they would do. And then I follow up with, well, start that. Do that now. Even if it's 20 hours a month, do that now, and then see the way that you feel. The challenge we have in our society now is that we are a fear-based society, and we're worried about rejection. So many of the things, especially when we're creative, we won't put it out there to the universe because we're worried somebody may not like what we're doing. Or we're so fearful of financials, which I get, that we don't have time for our passion projects because we have to work that 9 to 5. We have to be able to pay the bills. So a lot of ideas and creative things that we want to do, it kind of gets flushed down the drain. My recommendation is always, even if you give it a small amount of time, do that one thing that you would do for free and then build on it. Next week, add a couple more hours to it. The week after, add a couple more hours to it. There's a place for everyone for whatever it is that you want to do. It's a place for you. It's a place. Just put it out there. And don't be worried about what people say because they're going to talk about you anyway. So it doesn't make a difference. Just do it. Do it.
All right. Well, Charlie says in the chat that you are amazing help to everyone, and she's so proud of you and grateful to you. And it sounds like you have a whole wealth of people around you that help you. So congratulations. And I'm excited to bring your brand to Arkansas, and we're definitely going to expand on our relationship from here. So thank you. And we're going to go the wheel. Anna, you ready? We're going to give away a coloring book and Hey Little Brown Girl. So we've got 2 opportunities to win.
Yes.
Okay.
Before I spin the wheel, is there anybody that I should remove because they are good friends of yours? I already did remove Corey and your mom. Is there anybody?
That was funny. No, everybody else is pretty cool on there. Yeah, everybody else is, I don't know.
Anonymous to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. So we'll spin the wheel for the book, My Little Hey Little Brown Girl.
Yes.
We already got one. We already doing it.
Brandon Wilson is our winner for the first book. And we'll take his name out so he can't win again this round. And then for the coloring book,
look at here.
Yay, we have another author.
Oh, that's so cool.
Third, Janice Barber-Wilson. She gets the coloring book. So this is fun. This is fun. So thank you so much. It's been fun talking to you, and we look forward again to continuing to work with you. This is Independent Bookstore Day, so no better way to celebrate it than with the marathon. Appreciate all the authors and all the people participating, because it's like a big running gig, but we're not running, we're reading. So on the screen, you can see how to purchase Hey Little Brown Girl and the coloring book. And when we're back, we're open every day from 10 to 4. We're also online, and we're definitely going to expand on our reach and of the Brown Girl brand. So when you come in, you'll definitely see more of CICi Capers merchandise in Pyramid, because I have 2 daughters and they are amazing brown girls, and I'm so very proud of them. And I'm so excited because there's a little brown girl coming in July. I'm going to be a Gigi, a grandma. So I'm excited about that. So this is going to help me fill up her library. So thank you again, CICi.
You're welcome.
So we do have 12 o'clock author on the call, Miss Gail. We're going to unmute you and let you say hello. And I know you'll be back at 12 o'clock, but tell us what you'll be reading.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gail Holmes from St. Louis, and I will be reading Is My Little Boy Blue?
All right.
My book, and I'm excited to be here with you guys.
Well, thank you. This is just a teaser, so you know this is a marathon and it will continue. And we will be back at 12 noon with Miss Gail Holmes. But again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, the legendary Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Beta Pi Omega Chapter, 100 Black men, and we're excited to have Romine Elementary School as our special guest today. And also, if you want to have a set of these books in your child's school, all you have to do is come by Pyramid, email me. We will make sure that you get a set of these books for your school. And once again, we have our entrepreneur moment. If you're in Georgia, let's see what happens. All right. So we do have a guest in Georgia. So young entrepreneurs, Jaden and AJ Glover, they branded themselves was not just lemonade, gourmet, fresh, and delicious. And you can see on the screen their phone number. So please give them a call and tell them you saw them on Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framings Baobab Story Marathon today. So we're so excited that you're here. We're so excited to encourage our entrepreneurs. And if you have an entrepreneur, share that with us, because during our story times, we will share their information. We're all about reading, but we're all about young people showing their passion and sharing their dream. So we're so proud of Jaden and AJ Glover for putting this screen together for us. Thank you so much. So we'll see you at 12 o'clock noon. So take a break and come back at noon, and we'll hear from Miss Gail Holmes, Is My Little Boy Blue?
Slow down and count down, you never know. Girl, you know you give me no love. Girl, you know you gotta show mercy. Things you do make me confess. Only a smile make me undress. No time to slow down. We at the club, you better go down. Baby, it's dark around. Baby, you want my sunrise. I didn't see your way. And I'm a heartbreaking away. She ain't loving me away. Some come and carry me away. And I didn't see your way. And I'm a heartbreaking away. She ain't loving me away. Some come and carry me away. Take it to the front, yeah, take it to the back. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Until I'm caught up for the right. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Take it to the front, take it to the back. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Until I'm caught up for the right. I live life, you know. I just vibe, you know. But If I say I want ginger, sure you go follow me. And if you want never section, good vibes only, yeah. Dance for me, I can spray money. See how they move and they shake body. Dance for me, I can spray money. See how they move and they shake body. Take it to the front, that's right. That's right. Take it to the front, take it to the back. That's right. That's right to the back. Back to the front. Say my kabuli, classic boy. Oh no 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 no. You are feeling fly, 'cause I don't get mad. You dey follow sugar daddies to get do that, yeah. I dey wonder why. Baby, do me like this, so you can do me like that, oh, hey. You know that be humble, no money, no trouble. Okay, no fumble. I love you, she knows it. No money, they open. I'm feeling your hustle. Everything you do, yeah. At the end of the day, you know I know. Nobody find us, yeah, find us. Nobody find us. Oh baby, no data. Nobody find us. Nobody find us. Nobody find us. I know what I know. Nobody find us. Nobody find us. Nobody find us. Nobody, I know that. Nobody find us. When money take me, it is so big to you. When money take me, it is so big to you. When money take me, it is so big to you. Body they shaku fuck. I'm feeling your papa, make it back it up. Don't let it go to waste. You watch your ways, baby. Dollars, yeah. Everything I want, yeah. Dollars, yeah. Go make us some dollars. Good to see your thoughts on us. Make it back it up. Oh, let's go to ways. Watch your way, baby. I'ma hold you like dollars, dollars, yeah. I'ma spend it like water, water, yeah. I'm gonna make you see dollars, dollars, yeah. I'm gonna make us some dollars. Let's see your dollars. Baby, go down, oh. Cause I beat him, I can't dance. Tell me, baby, I'm not asking. But then the guys I beat him, I can't dance. Follow me, baby, I'm this up. That's a level. Did your man, I did your best to. Baby, go down, oh. Best I level. Did your man, did your food, baby, go down, oh. If your team on this year, man, I saw it go, no. Don't be trying to go, no. I get money, I'm a no be for a pose, oh. Shebi na me them sabi, shebi na you them Colombia on to dash, oh. Shebi na you them delay, before the matter go late, I got to find you. That's a level, did your man, did your best to. Baby, go down, best I level, did your.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is 12 o'clock noon, and it is time for our fourth author. So we're halfway through this marathon, and reading is fun. It's not as hard as running or jogging or anything like that. It just keeps you reading. So we're so excited to be here today. And again, it's Independent Bookstore Day, and we are celebrating with a virtual Storytime marathon under our Baobab tree. But some of our authors are not in Arkansas, they're away, and we have our next author, Miss Gail Holmes. She is an author, a public speaker, a community activist, and a champion for pediatric mental health. She's a St. Louis native, and that's where you are today, right?
Yes, I am.
And she's a wife and a mother of two, and Gigi to 4 adorable girls. This is her first children's book, and she hopes Is My Little Boy Blue becomes a valuable tool to further the stigmatization of mental illness. So thank you so much for being a part of our marathon, and tell us about Is My Little Boy Blue.
Well, Is My Little Boy Blue is the story that I wish I'd had to read to my children when they were younger. Like many of the authors on today, I'm sure your books were produced because you had a personal need. Well, that was the same thing that happened with me. We were a family that walked through many of life's experiences by reading children's books. And when our family found ourselves walking through the experience of depression, there wasn't the tool that I had relied on so heavily in the past. So I said, I'm going to create the book that I wish I'd had to read to my children when they were younger. So, are we good?
Ready to read?
Ready to read?
Let's see. Hold on a second. Okay, say that again. I'm sorry.
Are you ready to read?
I am ready to read. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a courageous, brilliant boy full of adventure. Are you going to show the pictures? He loved books and animals. His favorite thing to eat was chicken. His name was Michael. He had beautiful brown eyes and big curls atop his head. Michael was special. He told funny jokes and wrote wonderful stories. Everyone loved him, and he loved his friends. But sometimes he could not sit with them at their lunch because the sight and smells of their foods made him sick. Sometimes he did not want to play with his friends because he wanted to be all alone. One day, Michael's mom asked him, "Is my little boy blue?" Michael looked at his mom curiously. "What? Of course. I'm not blue." "No," his mom said, "not your color, your mood. Are you sad?" Michael looked at his mom, his big, beautiful eyes watered, and one single tear fell. "Yes, Mommy, I'm sad. I'm sad most of the time." Michael's mom kissed and hugged him real tight. She wished hugs and kisses could make him better, but she knew just as she couldn't hug and kiss away Michael's ear infections or the flu, she could not love away his sadness. So off to the doctor they went. Michael met a nice doctor, a psychiatrist. The doctor put Michael at ease. She explained that depression caused his sadness, that Michael did not cause his illness, and that he was not alone. The doctor said, "Other children have depression, and I'm very proud of you for coming to my office to talk about your feelings." The doctor explained, sometimes when you're ill, you can get better by changing your diet or exercise routine. Maybe talking with others can take away your sadness. But sometimes, just like when you have an ear infection or the flu, medicine makes you feel better. After taking his medicine, there were more bright colors in Michael's world. He saw rainbows where once there were only gray skies. His medicine was not a magic pill, but because he was courageous and talked about his feelings, Michael could say, "Every day is not happy, but I'm happier than I was before. I am little boy blue no more." The end.
Okay. So thank you so much for sharing your book. Tell me, who would benefit from reading this book?
You know what? I think all children would benefit from reading this book, even adults. This is a book that I'm hoping will start a conversation and will help destigmatize mental illness. We are in the midst of a mental health crisis right now. We all know about COVID. It's changed our lives forever. But in the midst of COVID, we have 1 in 4 Americans with a diagnosed mental disorder. We have 20% of our teens struggling with anxiety. Researchers have found that children as young as preschool aged are exhibiting signs of depression. This is a conversation we have to have early and often. So this is a book that is for all of us because, children really don't have the vocabulary to start conversations like this. And a lot of parents don't have the, I know my family, we weren't prepared for this. We didn't even know children could be sad, unless there was some circumstance going on. But just to be born with chemical imbalances, to be born with, things that cause depression, a lot of us don't even know that's possible in a child. So this is a book that is for everyone. I had a good friend who has a 13-year-old son who said, you know, I read this book, it's very relatable. So it's for ages 3 to 9, but this is a book for everyone, because this is a conversation that we definitely have to start earlier and have to have more often.
What gave you the idea to put this, you know, to write this book? What gave you the idea to put it in this format?
You know what, this is kind of a you know, a God-led mission. I just found myself at a loss when my son was diagnosed with depression. And like I said before, I had always relied on children's books to kind of walk us through experiences when they were younger. And there is nothing out there like this. So I just said, you know what? I want to give the world the tool that I wish I had had when my children were younger. And, you know, we've got to get a handle on this. This is literally, mental illness is literally killing our young people. We have depression causing low self-esteem, sexual promiscuity, teen pregnancy, drug and alcohol abuse. Depression can cause eating disorders, self-harm. And we know suicide rates are higher and higher among younger and younger people. So, you know, this is just my way of trying to save people from some, just my way of trying to not only destigmatizing mental illness, but my way of trying to destigmatize the way in which we heal it, you know, the therapies and the therapeutics. I've gotten a little pushback about the illustrations around medicine, but I think that's one of our problems as well. You know, I think we have no problem with, you know, take chemotherapy if you have cancer, drink cough medicine if you have a cold, you know, but when it comes to mental illness, there's still a stigma around taking medication for that. So I really hope to, you know, just destigmatize it, start the conversations early, and, you know, make young people just as comfortable sharing their feelings of sadness as they feel sharing their feelings of joy.
And I would encourage anyone on the call or on Facebook, if you have any questions, please share them in the chat room and we will share them with Ms. Holmes. What has the response been to your book?
The response has been positive. You know, I think because we as brown people usually don't talk about feelings of depression. You know, I was in another book seminar like this, and, you know, the woman said, yeah, you know, you remember your grandmother used to say, what you got to be sad about? Get on out there and play. You don't have bills, you don't have any, you know. So I think that we are realizing that we as brown people have issues just like everybody else, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. There's no blame to be had always. And so the response has been positive. And I think now, especially educators, what they're seeing in classrooms, they realize that this is needed.
Okay. So during this time of COVID and isolation, how do you think this has affected young people?
Well, I always tell people I wrote this book as a mom. These are my personal experiences. I'm not a therapist. Okay. I'm not, you know, I'm not a doctor. So I'm just speaking from one mom to another. But during this period of isolation, we have all struggled mentally. You know, those people who didn't even know they were social are like, you know what, I miss the human touch. I miss the human contact. And a lot of times we rely on devices to fill that hole. This is such a great tool because it makes a parent and a child talk. It makes us converse about feelings. You can't just say, I'm good, or today, you know, you have to talk about things. So I like that I put it in a book format, so that you could actually have a personal connection as you read the book and ask questions. And I think now in the midst of COVID, it's more important now, more important than ever before.
So we have a question. Was it easy or hard to make the subject of depression kid-friendly, as you've done?
You know, like I said, I think this was God-led. So it was, I mean, really very easy. I mean, I think that children's verse and simplifying subjects, just the way my mind works, are easier for me than dealing with it in an adult way. And because I wanted to reach an audience at a very young age, I don't know, it just came naturally. I feel like it was God-led. The guy gave me the word. So nope, it was.
Hey, what about, you know, the illustrations? Do you know the illustrator?
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so another God thing. I have a prayer group. We, you know, get together and pray. And one of the women in my group, her son is an artist. And he was like, you know what, I would love to work on this book with you. And he did a fabulous job. He graduates from college in May.
Wow.
Young man who is very talented. And you have not seen the last of Bradley Jenkins, because he's a talent. He's going to do great things.
So the first page of your book, you talked about the content found in this book. That first page really said a lot, and it was very encouraging. And I like to bring that first page up on if possible, because that's the one page you didn't read. And
okay,
I think this is a very important statement. And would you read this to us?
Sure.
Talk about why you put it on the first page.
Okay. All rights. Well, no part of this book may be, you don't want that. Okay.
All content.
All content. Okay. All content found in this book, including text, images, or other formats, were created for entertainment purposes only. The content is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. Always seek the advice of your physician or other qualified health providers with any questions you may have regarding a medical condition. Never disregard professional medical advice or delay in seeking it because of something you have read in this book. If you think you may have a medical emergency, call your doctor, go to the emergency department, or call 911 immediately. This book does not recommend or endorse any specific treatments, tests, physicians, products, procedures, opinions, or other information that may be mentioned in the story. Reliance on any information in this book is solely at your own risk. The opinions and views expressed in this book have no relation to those of any academic, hospital, health practice, or other institution. No responsibility for how you use the content of this book. You're responsible for your own health and safety at all times. And you are responsible for the health and safety of your dependents. This book is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
That was a very profound statement about responsibility. And the way you put it is so very clear. So, you know, tell me why you put that statement in the front of the book as opposed to the back.
Well, I mean, just for liability purposes, you know, when you're dealing with mental health, you know, people can be so confused about what they read, you know. So I was hoping that that was something that was self-explanatory, but it was brought to my attention that you have to spell it out and let people know that this is just a reflection of your experiences, what happened with you. You're not endorsing medication. You're not endorsing psychiatry, but this was my personal journey. So that's why I spelled it out. I mean, we now have people who sue you because their McDonald's coffee was too hot. You have people who sue you because they saw on YouTube that you could jump out of a window and land on a mattress and not break your neck. So you have to be careful. And that's why it was spelled out. So
you put it right in the front of the book. So thank you for that. We have a question. Did you have any pushback from the religious community who say you should just pray about it? Did you have any pushback?
No, I haven't. In fact, my pastor and his wife are, they fully endorse the book. I don't know if it's because of the denomination I belong to, but I have not had that concern because, it says that there are different means to health. I did not include prayer as one of them, but, talking to someone, exercising, and my pushback would be when I say talking to someone, that includes talking to the Lord. So if that's your means of healing, I endorse that for you, but I am telling you what my means of healing was for my son.
So you published this book in 2020. So did you start on it at the beginning of 2020 and finish it in 2020?
You know what? No, I wrote this book 10 years ago. Okay. And just, it was a gift to my son for Christmas. I wrote this book for him 10 years ago and just did nothing with it until 2020 when I just feel like the Lord spoke to me and said, okay, this is an epidemic that we're having here. This book felt good to your family. It may feel good to other families. And that's when I published it.
Oh,
yeah.
Sort of like
so when this illustrator illustrated the book, he was, when I wrote the book, the illustrator, because it was over 10 years ago. So when I wrote this book, the illustrator was 2 years old. So it was, it was divine timing.
So the illustrator created illustrations in 2020 and you got it printed and bound in 2020. So this was they can say, what were you doing during the pandemic? You said, I got my book. So
yeah, that's exactly what happened. It got quiet. I got quiet and I did it.
Okay. So when everything opens up, what are your plans to sharing this book with the book? How are you gonna get this book out there?
You know what? I think I'm going. Well, what I hope to do is to have this in every pediatrician's office, in every school counselor's office, in every library. I really am going to do a full court press to try to get the book in front of people. And hopefully after I get it in front of people, they will want to partner with me so that we can, more widely distribute it.
I noticed that you told me in our earlier conversations that you have given some books away. Who have you given the books to?
Mm-hmm. I've given the books to some schools. I've given the books to doctors' offices. I've given the books to counselors. I don't want a school district who can't afford new books in their library not to have this book. So, I mean, like the Arthur before me said, this is a mission for me. So anyone who's struggling with any type of financial issues, I don't want that to be a barrier to them not receiving the book. So it will be donated. Anyone who wants this book will get it. So I always, preface my, it can be purchased on Amazon. But if you are having any type of financial insecurity, email me at ismylittleboyblue@gmail.com and you will receive a book.
That is so generous and kind of you. And I think that this is definitely the first book of its kind that I've seen since I've been in the book business. And I feel like it's so very important that you have put it in this format and you made it kid friendly, because sometimes communication is difficult, and a child can take this book and say, Mom, this is how I feel. And it will open up so many doors. Was that the intent or plan?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was the plan, that any child could be read the story or read it themselves and say, I identify with this character. I feel like Michael. I'm blue most of the time. So, and that a parent would realize that that's something you should take seriously. You know, it's like, so what do we do with that information? Well, we go talk to somebody about it. So that was the intent.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story. And
You're
I
so
know
welcome.
that this is your birthday weekend. So thank you for taking the time to be here with us this weekend. So happy birthday. And this is how you can purchase the book. But again, if you are a professional or someone who needs this book is available for you. So just give me a call and I will make sure that you get this book. We're about to spin the wheel. Gail, do you have anything else you want to say before you go off to continue your celebrations?
No, just want to say thanks for having me. And you guys, please reach out to me. And if you have a school or an organization or a healthcare professional that you feel would benefit from this book, because I'm telling you, they all will, just email me or run to Pyramid Books and purchase it. Go on Amazon. We're going to get you books.
Get your books. And I see we have our Target Forward leader from the legendary Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Beta Pi Omega chapter here with us. Laura, will you unmute and welcome our author? Talk about what Target Forward does.
Welcome, and we are so excited to have you. I'm excited that I logged on because I am the mother of 2 sons, and one of the things that we promote with Target for the Arts and Alpha Kappa Alpha is ensuring that students are introduced to every aspect of the arts, performing arts, the Harlem Renaissance, and our heart is in literacy. So certainly I sent this link to my son for my granddaughter, and we'll be purchasing all of the books for her. But what you said about providing this book to the counselors and the schools, that's one of the things that we're doing in Target 4 in the Beta Pi Omega chapter. And that's ensuring that elementary school, Romine Elementary, will receive a set of these books. Now that I have heard every bit, and my husband's listening, so he counts as another participant as we are traveling, I heard you speak of prayer, which is so prevalent in the African American community, but I too believe that we need additional assistance. So he was listening and making comments, which made me excited, so we can ensure that your book, and particularly in these times, gets into the hands of parents of African American males, and that the little boys in the schools will be able to read it. So thank you so much. The fact that God planted that vision and all that's in this book in you, he knew exactly when it would come to pass that everyone would be introduced to it. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And I also see another one of my sisters up here, Marsha Davis, who is how I came to know about you through another mutual friend of ours, Wanda Williams. So Marsha, please say hello.
Hi, Gail.
Hey, Marsha.
I enjoyed my book and I have passed the word on to everyone else. So just wanted to show my support.
All right, thank you, Marcia. So Gail, you see your word is already, it's in Arkansas. And so
oh, thank you guys so much. Look, I'm telling you, my sister friends and fellas too out there, this is how we're going to change the world. It's one mommy and daddy at a time. Taking things into our own hands and saying, we are going to save our children. When I first started this journey with my son in depression, I was doing a lot of research, and I found that back then, I don't know what it is now, but back then he was 12. He's 31 now, but back then the African-American males were the fastest growing population of young people committing suicide. And I'm gonna throw in there it was affluent African-American males. So that's when I said, you know what, we've got some work to do, because, and I'm just gonna go, because I'm a Christian, this is where my head goes immediately. Satan was trying to take out our best and brightest. So I said, you know what, we as mothers and fathers of these brilliant, glorious young people that we're raising up, we have got to let them know that it is okay to tell us about what they're feeling. Depression is a very lonely, silent disease, and we got to stop that. We got to make it loud. We got to put it in their faces. What are you feeling? You're not alone. There's help out there. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You can tell us anything. So I'm just hoping, and, this could have easily been My Little Girl is Blue, but because this is my journey, it's My Little Boy is Blue. And, boys have a harder time of expressing themselves verbally when they're young. Little girls usually tell you what's going on, but anyway, so I just thank you guys for, saying this is something that's important and you're going to partner with me. I am so humbled and grateful to know that.
Well, thank you for your courage. And again, we are behind you, and enjoy the rest of your day. But we're going to spin the wheel to see who wins the book. I think we are.
So I did remove Marcia because she looks like she already has the book. Excellent. And any of our past winners, I did remove them. But let's see who's winning a copy of Is My Boy Blue?
My Little Boy.
All righty, Miss Gloria Fender.
Congratulations. And Gloria, you've been here since the beginning. So I think
yes,
we're so appreciative of your support and being here all morning. So thank you so much. We are going to take a short break. It's 12:30. We will be back at 1 o'clock with Vincent Hunter's book, and we're excited about that. We're hoping that Vincent will get here, but we do have a plan if he doesn't. But we'll be reading Junior and His Basketball Dreams. So look forward to seeing you at 1 o'clock. And in the meantime, we do have a commercial for all budding authors. We have a young lady who started her own business, Pen to Print. So we're going to leave this up. So if you need help with getting your story out there, this young lady can help you do it. So thank you and have a good lunch. And Gail, happy birthday again.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Right. Bye. So listen to some music and then look at the screen. Come clean it up. Come here. Come here. Clean it up.
I'm taking my finger.
I'ma follow me, no they do follow, 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 follow. I'ma loco, I'ma loco, I'ma loco, I'ma loco. If you no get money, tell me I can borrow.
I sit down with the girl, Amanda. She do me somewhere I know the video conquer.
Now I get the Barbie, she from Atlanta. Now this one the beat, the love on a banta. Anna dog says she want the under. Since we did do, you know go for the wonder. Another dog says she want conda. Give her some of me, then she want conga. Run, vibrant. You like say no be by chance. You like say no be my dance. We go make you feel the one dance. If you go do them, it could do wild. Before there's something go down. If you go do them, it could do wild. Do wild, this girl should be bypass. Girl. Are you ready? You're ready, let me go. Listen to the door, ready to pass on a video. Pass on a video. Tell me, are you ready? You're ready to pass on a no take me shakara, no take to me yanga. I got the money yapa, any supasa. Bagodi wale wamu, amoti mokela. Oni mi yobi be, ya. As they start, people yaka. They start to dance, but as I enter, amoti party starter. The party starter. The party starter. Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready? You're ready, let it go. Listen to the door, ready to my God, Oh sister, I know be a rider. Give me one chance, make I be a fighter, provider. So for my man, make I be a pasta. Me and Jimothy, make I be a sponsor.
Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock, and we are continuing with the Baobab Storytime Virtual Marathon, presented by Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framing, located in Little Rock, Arkansas, in the Dunbar Historic Neighborhood. So excited to celebrate Independent Bookstore Day with this marathon. Generally, it would have been in person, but of course, we are doing this for your safety and ours to make sure that we continue the celebration of literacy no matter what. And we've had 4 amazing and just exciting authors this morning. Sara Crutcher, Janice Barber-Wilson, CICi Caver, Gail Holmes, all sharing their story and sharing their personal stories and talking about subjects that we generally don't read about or even really consider important if it doesn't hit our own lives. So thank you all for those who have been here since the beginning, and I hope that you have been, given something to think about as we read and talk about children's literature. So it's 1 o'clock. Our next author is Vincent Hunter, and Vincent Hunter is a native Arkansan. He's from Little Rock. I've known him since he was a small young man. We went to church together. So I've been knowing him forever since he's grown up. He's grown up to become, he's actually a teacher now. He's a teacher at East End and a basketball coach. And he's also a former Arkansas Razorback and professional basketball player. But other than that, he's also a very kind young man. And he just put this book out, Junior and His Basketball Dreams. And as schedules will have it, he's actually in Dallas, Texas, coaching a basketball tournament, and he was unsure about what time his basketball games would be because that's what happens when you do tournaments. So he is unable to be here to read his book, but we have made a plan, and we will have him reading his book because we pre-taped his segment. So we are about to show you Vincent Hunter Jr. Anna? No audio.
Can you hear the video?
Could not hear.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay, so forgive us our technical.
I'll restart it.
We're gonna restart it again. Vincent Hunter is unable to be with us in person, but we're not sure what would happen with his basketball tournament. So we pre-taped his segment. So you'll be seeing Vincent Hunter Jr. on screen. Welcome back to the 1 o'clock segment of Pyramid Art Books and Custom Framing's virtual Baobab Marathon. We're so happy you're here with us this afternoon. And our 1 o'clock book is Junior and His Basketball Dreams by Vincent Hunter Jr. And we're so happy to have Vincent here with us today. And let me tell you a little bit about Vincent. Vincent Hunter Jr. is an award-winning basketball journeyman from Little Rock, Arkansas. A proud alumnus from the University of Arkansas, Vincent was led to make a positive difference in the lives of children, especially his founding of Project MADE, Basketball Training Program. After his successful basketball career, Vincent was inspired to share his childhood dream of becoming an Arkansas Razorback and the qualities that you need to become one: hard work, dedication, and perseverance. And as long as I've known Vincent, that has been his motto and how he's gotten where he is today. So thank you so much for being here, Vincent. So let's welcome Vincent to the screen.
Hello to everyone. Thank you again for having me. My name is Vincent Hunter, born and raised in Little Rock, Arkansas. And this is my first children's book named Junior and His Basketball Dreams. This book is about a young man growing up in Little Rock, Arkansas, wanting to be like his dad and become a Razorback basketball player. Something how I started to become a Razorback. I will read a few pages of my book, and I hope you guys enjoy. Title, Junior and His Basketball Dreams. It was the end of summer, and little Junior was standing at the door by his basketball close by. He found all ball games exciting, but none compared to basketball for him. He wanted to play for the Arkansas Razorbacks, just like his dad. He would be a pro. His name is Junior, and here is his story. As you can see, this is Junior staying next to the door with his basketball close by, getting ready to go to practice. Junior's father was getting ready to head off for work one Saturday morning. He stopped him and asked, "Dad, how'd you become such a great basketball player?" "Son, when I was young, just like you, I always wanted to play for the Arkansas Razorbacks. I would practice very hard, day and night, because the love I have for the game would push me to keep going. Getting there wasn't easy, but if winning is the aim, hard work is the game. Son, to make your dreams come true, you have to set goals, and that's what I did," his father said as he headed out the door. With a smile on his face, as he was happy for the advice, Junior grabbed his basketball and headed for the door. As you can see on this picture, this is Junior and his dad, as his dad is getting ready to go to work, giving him some encouraging words, letting them know that, hey, you can be whatever you want to be. If winning is the aim, hard work is the game. On his way to the backyard, he started thinking, I can't shoot that well. I'm not even good at dribbling. While Junior spins the ball in his hands, these thoughts kept coming one after the other. His dad's parting words echo after each thought. If winning is the aim, hard work is the game. Maybe Dad wasn't so good at the beginning either. After all, he did say I had to work hard. So from this day forward, I'm going to work hard too, Junior said out loud to ensure his promise that he was making to himself. And as you can see on this picture, Junior's thinking about himself, like, hey, I need to get ready for practice. All the seasons changed and winter approached. The ground became covered with a blanket of snow. While most kids were snuggled in their beds, hoping for a snow day, Junior couldn't help but to think about his basketball dreams. He needed to work hard so he can become an Arkansas Razorback. His head filled with his father's words, if winning is the aim, hard work is the game. And as you guys can see right now, this is Junior getting ready to go play basketball in the snow. He knows that he has to practice, and he's not going to let any weather or any temperature stop him from becoming an Arkansas Razorback basketball player. And as you can see, he's shooting some basketball in the snow. Junior jumped out of bed, grabbed his basketball, and picked up his coat. You guessed it right. He went straight to the backyard for practice, all while ignoring the snow and the frigid temperatures. He knew only one thing mattered. That was improving his skills. And in this picture, as you can see, he's shooting basketball again, just trying to improve his skills. He's not going to let anything stop him. Not the weather, not the snow, not how cold it is. He's determined to to be an Arkansas Razorback basketball player. As the snowflakes brushed against his nose while he was practicing and dribbling, he could hear a loud yell from his mom. "Junior, get in here right now." Feeling a bit disappointed, he obeyed his mom reluctantly and went inside. As he disappointed went inside, his mom met him at the door with a blanket to remind him that it was too cold outside to practice. Junior sat by the window and watched the snow that continued to fall, just wishing he could be out there. On this picture right here is Junior playing basketball. And you see his mom is yelling at him, saying, "Hey, Junior, get in here. It's too cold to play basketball." But as you guys can see, no temperature, didn't anything want to stop Junior from becoming this Razorback basketball player, not even the snow. Suddenly he got an idea. Maybe I could practice basketball inside the house. Without thinking for a second or even considering the consequences, Junior quickly grabbed his basketball and started tossing around the living room. His mom had gone to her room. Junior didn't even think of reprimanding him for playing inside. All he wanted to do was practice. It wasn't long before he got the hang of dribbling. Shooting hoops was impossible because there was no hoop inside to practice shooting. He was just satisfied to at least practice a little basketball and a little dribbling. As you can see on this picture, going in between his legs and just practicing his dribbling. As the ball bounced off the chair and the tables, Junior was having so much fun he forgot he was inside. The ball bounced around the living room. Junior was having the time of his life. Suddenly, all the fun became to an abrupt halt as a loud crashing sound. Oops! The ball hit the light bulb, smashing it into pieces. His mom yelled again, just a little bit louder this time. "Oh no!" He was really mad. "Junior, stop playing with that ball inside the house," she shouted. Feeling very disappointed once again, he plied into his room. "How can I improve my skills if I don't practice?" he asked himself. On this picture, you can see the basketball is like it's hitting a lamp and it's shattering into pieces. Then another idea came of him. Of course, the basement. There wasn't anything there that I could break, nor would it bother Mom. There's a lot of space in the basement, and the snow wouldn't be a problem either. And to make the idea even more attractive, his dad installed a hoop that sometimes he would practice on, but he hadn't practiced on in a long time. As you can see, he's going down to the basement, dribbling the basketball like he's going between his legs again, and he knows that he has a lot of space down in the basement and inside the house. Once again, he was off to practice, this time with more space and less breakable items. Zane was having a grand time. He was even getting better at sprinting with the basketball. He worked with so much intensity. Everything was perfect until the ball landed to the middle of a pile of electronic gadgets with a loud bang. In no time, Junior dad hurried down to the basement to see what had happened. "Junior, what mess you've created. I know you want to practice, but you have to be careful not to break everything," his father reminded him as he reached for the basketball. On this picture, as you can see, his dad is really upset that Junior broke some more things in the house. Like his dad said, his dad says, "You know you want to practice, but you can't break everything in the house." And you can see Junior's a little bit upset. With the spring, the rain also comes. It would rain for long periods of time during the day. Junior didn't mind because he would wear his raincoat and his rain boots while he played in the backyard. He and his basketball became best friends. He took it with him everywhere he went. Even on the way to school, he would dribble down the street. They never parted ways. As you can see right here, he's dribbling in the rain. He's playing basketball in the rain. As you can see, the junior's not letting anything stop him from the common goal of becoming an Arkansas Razorback basketball player. So he's playing in the rain, and he's not afraid to get wet and play basketball. Anyway, the weather season is over. The winter season is over, and soon to spring. Junior had been waiting this day. Junior had been waiting for this day that he could go outside and practice again. Finally, it was here. Junior was overjoyed. He was able to play basketball out in the sun. He raced along the driveway with his basketball. It was blazing hot outside, but Junior played and played until he got really, really thirsty and went inside to grab a soft drink. He sprinted right back out to the driveway where he was practicing until the sun went down. Junior loved spring because that meant the days were about to get more time to practice. As you can see, it's the springtime. He had his shorts on, and you can see the smile on his face. He's happy that he's outside. It's springtime. They can play basketball and not have to worry about any rain or any snow. One day, one of his classmates, Daniel, was not so friendly. And Daniel said, "You're weird." Junior looked at him with surprise. "Why are you walking around with that smelly old basketball?" Junior became so angry because he knew his basketball wasn't old or smelly. He always knew that he always took care of his basketball. After all, without basketball and his dad's words of wisdom, it wouldn't be possible. The words echo in his head. If winning is the aim, hard work is the game. If you go back and see that that's his Daniel classmates that's trying to make fun of him, saying that, you look real with that basketball, and really trying to get in Junior's head and discourage him of his dream of becoming a Razorback basketball player. Junior continued to play basketball along the streets every day. He must have been improving because many people looked at him with smiles of admiration. But just as he started feeling proud of himself, another classmate came putting him down. "You're not any good," Lauren snorted one day. But to Junior's surprise, her friend Amanda stood up for him and said, "You're doing great, Junior. Keep it up." He heard more discouraging comments from the other children every day as he made his way to school, but the words did not stop him. Instead, it encouraged him to keep practicing even harder. Junior always said to himself, "I have greatness in me, and I'm going to show them." Junior was determined to make his dreams come true. Yeah, and as you can see on this picture, on this illustration, you see his juniors dribbling his basketball, and Lauren and Amanda was making fun of him, and Lauren came up and stood up for him, as a friend should do. Yes, Junior's favorite time of the years have arrived. It was summertime, and school would soon be out. As Junior prepared for school one Tuesday morning, he noticed that something was missing. When he went to get his basketball, it was nowhere to be found. "Oh no, my basketball, my best friend, it's missing." Junior was in distraught, searching everywhere for it. He looked under his bed, in his toy chest, under his dad's truck, and even in the trash can. He still couldn't find it. As you go back on the last illustration, you can see that he's in a frantic. He don't know where his basketball is. He knows he sleeps with his basketball every night, and all of a sudden it is gone. And now he's upset that he's best friend. For the first time in Junior's life, he felt lost. It was a pain he hadn't experienced before. He lost his best friend. Junior looked all over the place, and it was getting late. He had no other choice but to head off to school. And that is where I'm going to stop in this book. If you guys want to read more, if you want to know more about Junior's basketball dreams, you can purchase this book here at the Pyramid on our website, on their website. And if you have any questions, please do not be afraid to ask.
Okay. I have a question that I would like to what was the inspiration behind Junior and his basketball dream?
Well, that's a great question. That's a great question. Well, the inspiration was to try to change the narrative of basketball and also trying to implement hard work. What I want to do is try to instill hard work into our kids of today, into our youth, and letting them know that, you know, even though we may have challenges in our lives, you always have to work hard to get to what you want. And I'm a big advocate of hard work. And I also play for the Razorbacks, and I just want to do a book about Arkansas, and I want to inspire our youth.
Okay, and I think he has a question next.
I have a question. Who would benefit from owning and reading this book?
Well, I would say any athlete, any child that read this book would be a lot to do with hard work, perseverance, and also believing in your dreams. So I think any kid would love to read this children's book.
Okay, and I have one more question. How long did you write or finish this book?
Well, that's another great question. I started working on this book during the pandemic, so it actually took me a year and 6 days to this day to finish this book. I had the time to do it with everything being shut down during the pandemic, and I also wanted to start the year off with a bang with my book and promoting literacy, promoting reading, and also just promoting Black to cherish what we have and what our Black authors and entrepreneurs. I think that it was the perfect time for us to stand up and work together and try to promote something very powerful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. So this is what you do when you don't get everything you want. You prepare for it. So that's what we did. We prepared for Vincent maybe not being able to call in or read his book, and we pre-recorded it. I hope that you enjoyed that, and I hope that questions that he was asked answered some for you. But if you want to have a question for Vincent, we will definitely be in touch with him, and you can definitely put your questions in the chat room, and we will make sure that he answers them. But we are so proud of Vincent that he has accomplished his dreams by sharing his story of hard work and perseverance to become a basketball player. And now he's helping other young men achieve their dreams through basketball and sharing his story. And this is, the cost of the book is $13.99. You can get it on our website, or you can come in and get it. We do have it signed by Vincent. And again, we'd like to thank our sponsors who are providing books for Romine Elementary School. A set of every author that you hear today will be in Romine's library. We have a couple of our sponsors are Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Beta Pi Omega Chapter, 100 Black Men, and again, Romine is our special guest today. So we do have a couple of commercials to share with you. You're an author. Victoria Mays can help you. She's from pen to print, and she has every level of assistance, depending on where you are in getting your story done. So this is a screen of her birth. And then the young entrepreneurs, if you're in Georgia, not just lemonade, gourmet, fresh and delicious.
The founders are not just lemonade. My name is Jen. My name is Angel. If you are ever in Georgia, make sure you stop by and grab the freshest gourmet lemonade you will ever taste in your life. Make sure you follow us on social media at The Original.
Okay, so there you go. So thanks so much. Our next author will be Brenda Bowles. Dr. Brenda Bowles will be reading her book, Sister Snoop. And she's actually in Arkansas, so she will be in the gallery. So we will see you at 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
I'll be dancing. 365 days I'll be dancing. Oh yeah, 24/7 I'll be dancing. 365 days I'll be dancing. 24. I'm at the front of the action. You do behind like a backseat. When it comes to the action, you run like an athlete. Fine girl in a maxi. I be the boy like Backstreet. Oh, you jump in my taxi. With the drive to come messy. Beam pam boom. Charlie beam pam boom. Right side like beam pam boom. Left side like beam pam boom. That's how what they like them. Sign of me pin. Sign of me, you know. We go mess up the thing. But you mess up the thing. Mess up the thing. Everybody say yeah.
DJ, hold up. Your wife can't on the beat.
Si papa et maman t'ont mis à l'école, c'est pour ton avenir. Il faut étudier, tu n'écoutes pas le conseil. Dis papa et maman, tu ne veux pas aller à l'école. Tu seras délai.